Yum 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 yum. Is this thing on? Wait. Ah, okay, there you go. I'm looking at my YouTube studio. It took so long for the thing to show up. Why is my delay so long? Huh. Oh, nothing I can do about it now that we've started. But I have a few things I need to fix. Oh, it's a very minor thing. Um, I just gotta add a set of oh, whatchamacallit, ribbons to the side of the head here. Let's see. Always best to have a lot of different features for your character, I think. Like, I see a earring here. I never draw human ears. I think most of the time it's never gonna be visible for me. Don't know how this is fixed to the hair, though. It's kind of big, huh? I need a little bit more of a warm up, I think. My god. Let me get my brain to wake up first. It's gonna be a problem. Restart this sequence. Hello, George. I did, and I'm not feeling so good right now because of it. It tasted really mid. I don't think fast food is the thing for me anymore. I mean, I do eat McDonald's in the morning. It's just the combination of like some burgers and the oil, and then like whole drinks. It doesn't really work for me anymore. I just kind of get stomachache. Yeah, I used to really like the hot cake, but remember I was having stomach issues before? It actually started with the hot cake. I remember reading somewhere that if you eat really dry stuff, it's going to maybe cause issues with stomachs and stuff. I'm wondering if that's the case there. So yeah, like everything, I can't really eat anymore, I think. Indeed. I wouldn't quite say that. I mean, it's my dinners are kind of just like that, but like at least if I eat outside, you know, it's, hello Maxi. If I eat outside, it's more reasonable. Anyways, yeah, today I just need to fix this up real quick, and then I want to do the colored version of Ellen. And then I was also thinking about the face character design. I think some of the themes there, I mean, it's very heavy, and it needs to be heavy, because she's the character that's responsible for that region, for those themes. But I think I do have to lighten it up a little bit, just because, if her themes are really that heavy, and if she is currently going through all of those trauma and all that thing, then it makes it really difficult to draw her. Because if I draw her in a lighthearted manner, it would be very out of character, and it wouldn't work. And if I have restrictions on drawing her, then that's a problem again. Because once again, the whole point is, well, one of the reasons for her creation would be so that I can do it without any restrictions. Like what Ria has, because Ria has a lot of stuff tied up. If I end up getting the same problem, it's gonna be, then it defeats the purpose, right? So I have to lighten it up, and I think the solution is to just say that the issues are mostly resolved, and I think that's probably more accurate as well with respect to the character. Just because I kind of went a little bit overboard yesterday with ChatGPT bouncing ideas back and forth. But then now I'm thinking that, oh yeah, I think it makes a lot more sense for the character to have went through the issues, resolved it, and then we still leave it as a hello unknown. We still leave it as a thing that has happened, that she has gone through. So that eventually when we do get around to making the story, we can still create backstories, we can still create dedicated episodes, that kind of stuff for her. So it's not like we are gonna remove the element, but we are gonna have to reduce the impact of the element on the overall character's, shall we say, behavior. Which is nice, I think. Hello, Moon. Going forward, I need to bring Faye up online a little bit more. So I will be drawing her more. We have our own fish now. I'm gonna draw my own fish. All the other fishes who have to take a back seat. Okay, I think that's fine. I need the other one here. Oh dang, hello Dubé. Wow, everyone's here all of a sudden. That's good, Unknown, that's good. If you like what you're doing, you'll do more of it, and that's good. Wait, oh, I've seen this. Oh, it's like one of those situations, you know, like when you open the app on your phone, there for like a split second, it would show something, and then like after a few seconds of loading, it will show you a whole brand new set of tweets. And this was the artist for me. Like, I've seen this stuff. I've seen this. Because I was examining the hair and stuff, and then just deleted the tweet off my phone because of the stupid updating thing. I was gonna bookmark it, and I didn't get a chance, so thank you, Duvet. Come on. It's how do I say this? Like oh my god, the lag. Because the way the hair is rendered here is very hard, right? It's like the edges are so crisp and hard, and it looks like it's like a block, like I don't know, like a 3D model or something, like a plastic model that you printed out of your printer with a lot of angular edges. I thought it wouldn't look as nice, but it looks really pleasing to look at, even though it feels very hard. I like a lot of these thinner lines, by the way. There's a lot of these doubled up lines here. I don't know if you guys can see it. But they do something to my monkey brain, because I do like to double stack lines like that whenever I do draw lines as well. Like when I sketch the hair. Something about it I just like. And another thing is they don't really end their hair. Like these tips here are all very round. They don't really end in a very sharp manner. Which is also interesting, I think. Unknown, I don't really have a lot of comments for this, the one that you sent. There's a lot of things that I would change, but if it looks good to you, you should just keep drawing it, because if you don't want to learn it from a more structural point of view, it's, again, like I've said so many times, it's kind of hard to adjust things. It doesn't look like the faces, the eye at least, the eyes are aligned, I think is what I would say. But I would change the hair shape, I would change the face shape, I would want to know a little bit more about what you're trying to achieve with the shoulders and stuff, but like, sure, yeah, if you think it looks good, just keep going, man. At some point in time, you will want to learn more, and then we'll wait for that point in time, I think. In the meantime, as long as you enjoy it, I think it's fine. Right, because I think like until Unknown, you start showing me structure and like guidelines behind your setup, like the anatomy, how you're setting up the anatomy, the body, in perspective. It's really hard to make a judgment call and being like, hey, this is wrong or not, because I don't know what you're going for. So, and then there's no point in me doing it if you're not going to want to learn from that either. So, I think you should just enjoy the process first. That's also not a bad thing. Yeah, I suppose, but yeah, no, this isn't like really a show and tell kind of thing. I know everyone wants to take Duvet's job. Oh my god, Duvet. But yeah, I can't check out everybody's stuff because I can't spend all my time checking out people's stuff. I'm here to work. So Anyways, thank you, Dubey. And thank you, Unknown. Where's my ref here? Love to find a reference for this one. Wait. Isaiah. It's your kind of thing, George. I can feel like some of the original, I don't know how to say this. I guess my original opinions. Oh yeah, original opinions changing with regards to some of the styles and some of the ways hair is being portrayed. I like just like different rendering techniques. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, because I feel like being like having likes and dislikes is what gets you to where you want to be, right? Where you have your own kind of thing. Okay, I don't know where. Like, okay, George, how should I say this? Like, logically, I think that makes sense, but then I also feel like being a little bit not so critical about like what's happening and whatnot might be better. I mean, I'll leave that up to you. I think I just didn't have the right mindset before. Not that what I've done is like having opinions is a bad thing. I just feel like maybe I've overdone, and I feel a little scared saying that it's a right thing to do, just because it's a little sus, you know, coming from me. But Right, Divya, I've been thinking about the comment. Is it like you know, because the style is just a reflection of yourself. Like what you like is a reflection of yourself. But if that's the case, then you're the person who provided the mirror, who's holding up the mirror. Sorry, did I send it to the... I think I sent it to the Debate Daily thing, right? Yeah, I did, okay. If I had known that there were ribbon... Oh, by the way, what I'm doing now is yesterday I showed the girl who owns the character. She really liked it, but she would like to just, if possible, have the ribbons from the original design be added. If I had known there were ribbons on the head, on the side like this, I don't think I would have chosen this pose to Just because this would have blocked it. This would have sufficed already, I think. It still stands. Right now, I think everything's fine. It's just that I would have maybe tried something else. Oh right, okay. I'll get to that in a bit. But there's a new sort of is it right to call it a competition? But there's a new sort of event going on with the VR chat world again. Well, not necessarily the world itself, but rather the group that manages the world. They are basically saying if you do fan art of an avatar and you post it. So this was just announced like yesterday or today. But if you draw their character, which I'll show you guys later, and have it be posted by December 21st, I think, you have a chance of winning. 3 people will get to win the avatar for free. We can check out the price later in a bit. And 30 people who has the highest votes. I don't know how they're doing this exactly just yet, but then 30 people will be also displayed in the world, in like the VR chat game world, for 30 days. So let me bring it up real quick. Oh shit, I have too many servers, man. Also, actually, maybe they have it on Twitter. Let me see if they have it on Twitter, so I can actually share it. If not, like, I can't really do anything. Uh-oh, what? Oh, okay, this is interesting. So they have their own website here set up for this event. And so this here is the character. The character's name is Ramune. Actually, let me try and see if I can find a booth link here. What? Why is it so long? Did it not let me copy this? What in the world, dude? Too many people have the same name. Really? I cannot copy the text from their website. So this is the individual who's making it. If you guys want to check them out. 13,000 followers for a modeler is very, very successful. So it's worth 6,000 Japanese yen. So 3 of these will be given away. And basically the idea is that starting on the 6th to the 21st, if you draw a fan art of this character, there's reference sheets down below, right? Later. And then if you post it on Twitter and you post it on Pixiv, both with the tags on it, Ramune 3D art, 3 people will get the avatar as a prize. And then 30 will get their art displayed in the game world itself. And there's a lot of text you guys can probably translate it with ChatGPT or something. It's probably pretty accurate. This is the character's design sheet. It's got big boobas, so if you guys want to draw big boobas. I'm trying to see what the criteria for evaluation is. I don't know how they're evaluating and choosing the winners. Yeah, I don't know. They're not saying how it's gonna be evaluated. Oh, I'm not reading it. Well, I'm still not reading it properly, but currently it looks like this, by the way. This was the previous one. This was the previous avatar here. And you can see it's displayed like this in game. If you go to the world itself, you guys can take a look at the sort of things that people put out, the level of skill that people have. But anyways. Anyways, that's the official website, I guess. Yeah, I do think so, right? Hmm? Hello, unknown? Hello? Mm-hmm. What am I looking at? This guy can't. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do this. Is it visible? It's not very visible. Yeah, I think adding it at the end is it's always not gonna be as good because the original set of lines didn't account for all these things. I think some of the balance is a little bit off. I don't know exactly what I would change, but I think having it in the original sketch would have made things a little bit different. Theoretically, it shouldn't be that different though, because I can just treat what I'm seeing here as the rough lines and then make adjustments then. But I guess, like, mentally, I guess it feels different. It's a bit harder to do it because I kind of already locked in the set of lines that we have here as a solution, right? And then now we're deviating from what we thought was good already before, and it just feels a little awkward, I think. But nonetheless, I think, like, I feel like nowadays, no matter what I draw, how it went, there's still a lot to learn. Primarily from this one, it's just this style doesn't really work that well with. I don't really like it as much with so many intricate, like, cutesy details, just because there's too many shapes. It gets too noisy too quickly, and the impact of the contrast that's being set up by the lines feels a little bit diminished. I think at the very least, some of the more important features like the face and stuff is visible, and that's fine. Everything else is kind of implied, and it's also kind of reads. Yeah, but when the details kind of stack up like this, it's really noisy because it's also not very realistic to say, for example, erase the part of the clothing that's behind the straps. Like these lines are meant to be like some kind of strap. Where is it? Like here. It's not very realistic in this one to do it, just because it will either take too long, or it will interfere with the way that I draw the lines themselves. Because, so either I draw the lines on a separate layer here, and then I go in and erase all the stuff behind, which is the most logical way. The other way would be to erase some parts first, and then just draw within those confines. The first method of doing the erasure afterwards is a little bit too much work, I feel like. I know it's not a lot of work, but like in terms of what this style is meant to achieve, what it's made for fast and just really quick brushstrokes, having to stop and then do some weird lasso to erase is kind of awkward. Doesn't really fit the philosophy. Not that we can't do it. And then the second way of doing it also would basically you have to either imagine how the lines are gonna flow, then you erase on those paths, or you're just gonna erase somehow and then try to find a way to fit within that space, which is also a little awkward because you're not as free when you're drawing the strokes. So I think one way or another, it's probably best to keep it to simple big shapes like this. That way the visual interest is generated from the lines themselves rather than the details of the character design. Which means I think this style probably should be, I think the next direction that we should explore is probably more energetic stuff, once again. Not quite to this level of a polish, but something in this direction, I think. Yeah, that's kind of okay, I guess. But anyway, so this one is done. This is it. I'll just have to redo the cuts and stuff. Save 2 copies here. And then I'll just return to this, I guess. I'm gonna take a quick glance here, because I do need to fix this as well. Specifically with respect to the yeah, some of these things I have to rewrite a little bit, I think. Okay. Maybe I should do that off stream, actually. There's not a lot of value in doing it on. I think I was doing using 10, right? Let's just keep it constant and see how it goes first. Thinking of getting a Clip Studio version 4, because it's been 10 years since I bought Clip Studio here. And I think in that duration it hasn't really updated, I think. So maybe now's a good time to buy a new version. Get everything up to speed again. I don't know if it's really that useful though. I know like there's a few interesting things like the puppet warp and like the being able to draw on the 3D model. That's pretty useful. I would like to think, but we don't necessarily use that much of it anyways. Oh, how do I want to do this actually? I'm just gonna fill it up, is it? But that means I should rebalance it. Alright. I do this again? I forgot. Let's just not touch it. Actually, oh yeah, I didn't even render it, did I? Well, it's gonna be a process. I just have to. This cleaner by nature. I think that is fine. Yes, unknown. Have a good day. Yes, yes. Goodbye. You too, man. Oh, the most I too low, I think. What is it? Ah, it's a little bit more to the side. Hey. Right. Yeah, this doesn't have enough indentation. Okay, we pick some of the physics later. Let me just get the hair done. Oh, it is lower? Okay, that's it's tricky, isn't it?
did I go on the layer below? What happened?
redone. I think. Huh? Yeah, okay, reset it. Over. Hello, G Talk. Hello, show. Hello, hello. Uh, yes, the goal for today, huh? I think at the very least I want to get some base colors going for Alan over here. I think yesterday I briefly showed you the various different styles and stuff. So at this point in time we have... Actually, I can just show you here, I think. I think we have the usual, which is that the brush that has like a custom tip, custom texture, custom watercolor edge, and like everything just happens at once with one single brush stroke. It's meant to be quick, it's meant to be fast. A bonus if you can get it clean, like this. But then this is a little bit too clean, right? Because there's not enough stuff to look at. So then there's the other version, which is this, where you have a little bit more shadows and stuff. That's the second version. I think this is what it's meant to be. It's just that logically it feels very, like, looking at it, it feels very messy. But I think that is the point. I just really like clean stuff. So it's really hard for me to gauge if this is too messy or if it's fine. Because I'm, as the one who draws, I know what's happening. But as someone else who's looking on, who may not know what's happening, it might be hard to read. Depends on where we want to draw that line. But anyways, and I think with Uni's, talking to Uni, I think we tried doing some weird gradient map stuff. You can see how the colors change as I zoom out because the pixels, the information over here is too dense for it to be represented correctly. So it takes an average of the values there. So depending on the zoom level, you actually get different colors, which is very interesting. This is because of the noise texture, by the way. And yeah, so in an experiment to sort of go through different styles here, the goal is then to have a simple set of colors, right? So I do not have any of that thing here, but something simple. One, yeah, it's kind of like this, you know. This would be a good goal. Actually, this was the reference taken to align to. So the goal is to align to something like this, and then see how it feels to go through the process of drawing it. Whether if the lines are clean or not clean, whether if the line weights are enough, whether if the line is thick enough or too thick, that kind of stuff. And also what kind of colors, color practice as well, rendering practice as well. The edges, do we want hard edges only? Do we want to soften edges? If we soften edges, do we use blur tool, airbrush tool, or do we use a series of descending shades of values, right, different values, in order to represent that softening? So a lot of these kind of things we just kind of I want to say trying it out, but the truth is that we've been trying it out quite a few times now. The thing really isn't about trying it out, but rather repeating the process to see what sticks and what doesn't. I think it's more of that kind of mindset. So that's kind of what the goal is. But I actually am not really feeling this art a little bit like enough today, I feel like. It doesn't really necessarily mean that I would just not do it, but then I feel like I might do some sketches in a bit here of my own character instead. Who's over here. But anyways, so that's the kind of sort of rough goal that I have set out for today. I really do want to flesh out my own character a little bit more, but I also want to clear this off my palette so that it's no longer pending. Oh, I see. Okay, it's target. Okay. Yeah, there's too many ways to do it, and I don't know what is it that I like or don't like enough just yet. Rendering is the one, it's the thing that we haven't done enough. I haven't done enough here, right, as we talked about yesterday. So the goal is to just do it as much as possible. And ideally, if I'm gonna spend that much time to render something out and make it look nice and whatnot, then I want to do it for a character that I want to do it for. Did that sentence make sense? It felt like a run-on sentence, but ideally I would do it on my own character, which is the whole reason why I do art. But then she has some issues. Well, I have some issues, and I can't exactly draw her that comfortably. So I created a new character in order to do that. And now that the character is kind of online, I still have to sort out some of the design stuff, but now that she is at least existing, I can start to work on her on stream. Whereas previously I will only work on her off stream, so now I have a lot more time to try and sort some of these. So I'm gonna sort out the design related issues, and then I'm going to make use of that character to draw as much of different themes as possible. Actually, yeah, that reminds me. I need to keep track of that. I think at some point I will have to figure out a better way to record stuff. I'm having issues with keeping information in a more manageable way is how I would put it. I like to write things, not necessarily stories, but just like bullet points of like designs and ideas. But the problem is they get really long. It's kind of hard to find things. There's multiple documents doing the same thing. It's a bit of a mess. Yeah, I should shift this down, right? It's a bit more on the lower side. Perspective. There's some perspective issues here, I'm pretty sure. With how the breasts are overlapping. This one should be overlapping a lot more, but I cannot see it at all. And I don't want to waste too much time. Well, I guess I shouldn't say waste. I don't want to spend too much time trying to figure that out. Because the objective of this render is not to be tight, it's to just be touching colors. So as long as I can accept the trade-off here, I think it's fine. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, that's fine. Wanna be too anal about that? Okay, let's see. Alright, should be able to move ahead. Let's move ahead here. I'll put in the base colors, and then I might try to explore some stuff with my own character, I think. Let me see. Okay. Don't overthink this, right? Don't overthink this first. Background will be painted, so I'm gonna ignore it. I'm gonna just block the character out first. Oh, I'm missing a part of her hand here, I think. The artist? That's a great question. I think I posted in the chat yesterday. I know that's not very helpful, but I actually don't have it right now. I think I found them on just like, let me see if I have them. Yeah, I used to be a lot more rigorous. Oh, I have it here. Thank God I have it here. I used to be a lot more rigorous with the sourcing and stuff like that, but as we use more and more references, it gets a little bit too much overhead to always be posting it, because most of the time people don't really ask for it. But here you go. This is the exact Twitter post that I got it from. Am I looking for it? I'm looking for this. Yeah, it's missing an arm. Yeah, missing an arm. Very cool. Yeah, I think that's a good goal to go for at my current stage here, because we have the lines now, we have some of the anatomy stuff down. Now it would be great if we can get a simple sort of effective style like the one that we have here, right? Like it's very, how do I say this? Single light source, nothing too fancy with the colors, nothing too fancy with the terminators, nothing too fancy with textures, nothing too fancy with shapes, I would say, for the most part. Right, the edges are mostly cell shaded, hard edges, but sometimes toned down, sometimes been softened, and it's just very effective, right? It's easy and it's effective, at least on the rendering side. And then if we can get a strong foothold into this sort of style, it gives us a, how do I say this? Like, because I got better with the lines and the sketching, it enables me to sketch and get stuff out quicker, right? So there's a lot more practice with anatomy, a lot more practice with stylization in a specific way. If we can do the same but with colors and rendering enabled, essentially, the amount of throughput that I can put out will be a lot more, and you get better faster. And also at the same time, we can also still post on social media, which to build a following, which is very necessary for artists, I think. So that's why I'm specifically targeting things in this manner. And then through this sort of stabilization in this way, once I get even better and more comfortable with colors and rendering in this simple style, that is when we can then take the next leap, which is to bring in multiple light sources, bring in environments, and so on and so forth. We might still do challenges like in between, right? Like if we have an artist that I really want to study, I might do a study. If I have an environment that I want to try painting, I might do a painting. But in general, I think the approach is just get to this stage and iterate with this stage, and then once everything is stabilized, which I will know by heart, we can then move on and start to tackle really more complex stuff. Then when that is done, that is when I'm at the starting square, right? When you finally learn all the grammar and all the vocabulary that you need for daily conversation, that is when you go out there and start talking to people. So at that stage, which hopefully is by the end of next year, then I can try and create something original. I know like technical skills shouldn't really come in the way, but it's once again, it's like, you know, if your sketches are not very good, if your anatomy is not very good, then no matter how good you paint it, like what kind of crazy colors you use, it's still gonna look bad because it's gonna be too distracting. So I think for me, the standards are probably set too high, but it's also really hard to not set it that high when it feels like the stakes are really high, right? Because if you want to create something, you want it to be good, it's personal. It's hard not to be too emotionally invested, essentially. So if that's the case, then I can only do what I can do, which is to just bring up my skill up to something satisfactory. Then we can come in and start making things happen, I think. It's gonna take a while. I thought that would be the end of this year, like being on square one, but it looks like we're not there yet still. Still gonna be some time. Slowly but surely. I kind of give up trying to set up the roadmap now, because I think I should revisit it and clean it up. Maybe if I have time after this, I'll just briefly clean it up, because it's nice to have a record of something, especially now that I've talked about it, and it's a bit clearer in my head. But for the most part, the roadmap would be kind of stupid, because you just be like, draw more with this in mind, draw more with that in mind. It's not going to be that targeted and specific anymore. Previously, there's a lot more like, oh, I want to study this artist and study that artist for this. And now it's just draw, mate. Just draw. Keep expectations at bay and then just draw. With this target in mind, blah, blah, blah. Check. Did I already do the legs? I think I came from the legs, didn't I? What is this? What? Okay. Nice, dude. It's only 1 hour loops. Sad. Alright, never mind that. When did I start drawing? So like when I properly started to make up my mind by myself that I want to draw properly is 2020. Before that, it's mostly on and off. I have a stack, like a pretty thick stack of paper and sketchbooks of before 2020. When I was young, like since I was born to 2020. Those are not very good. A lot of them are just broken faces, broken anatomy, that kind of stuff. I would love to show it, but I don't have it available. And it's not next to me right now. And then 2020 was when I started. It was more of a... yeah. It's a very on and off thing, I think. I don't really remember exactly how it kind of went back then. But I avoided stuff like anatomy studies and all that religiously. I avoided looking at tutorials and everything because I still believe that studying someone else is going to make me less unique because it's going to make me just a copy of them, right? Like that's what I thought. And to some extent that is kind of true, but also like your own personal preferences is your own personal preferences. You're only studying them because you like their stuff anyways. So how should I put it? Like the good stuff will, like the same things you will like and end up having it anyways. And if you just don't like it after some time, then you're gonna either, whether if you study it from someone else or you figure it out for yourself, that's still gonna happen. So like didn't have to be that critical. And then like, but I dare say that like most of the stuff, most of the progress like that you're seeing, like most of the skills that you're seeing here were picked up within this year, just because the amount of work and time I've spent in art this year is probably like multiple times what I've spent from 2020 to 2024. 2020 to 2024 really is just a mess. Yeah. Yeah, in the beginning, I think I completely relate. Like it's... Oh, but then again, it depends on your reasons, I suppose. A part of not studying is because I didn't want to get influenced, and then, I guess maybe a bigger part would just be that I thought that maybe I didn't have to, you know, like... And it was kind of hard, too, I think. And the funny thing is, I end up studying anyways. I keep thinking that I wasn't studying, but I end up studying anyways. Because what I was doing was actually looking at someone else's art, mentally breaking it down to layers, and then asking myself the question if I can just replicate it. Which is what a study is, but it didn't register to me that that was a study. But anyways, in the beginning I remember it was kind of rough. A lot of failed stuff as usual. And then over time it started to make sense. Some things got easier. And then it slowly took off. It very, very slowly started, I think. What is my base color used for? I just use it for skin, so this would be clothing then. People like to say like getting started is half the battle because it's really hard, and that is true. But I think like it really misses a very big part, which is setting up an environment that enables you to keep going. Because taking that first step is easy. Keeping it going is a lot harder, relatively speaking. Taking the first step is still pretty hard, like if you haven't done it, but like compared to keeping it going, it's way worse. I don't think it's half the battle, man. It's like at most like maybe a third. Keeping it going, man, that is truly where the hard part is. Oh, I see. Wait, hang on. Is it because of my own? Oh, it's my own settings. I can't tell if it's loud or soft because the video is loud or soft, or is it because of my own audio settings because I'm listening to the same thing, but the settings are different. Because mine goes through Windows, but the one that goes online does not. At least I think. I think my local setting is set like that. Okay, now that we're here, I'm inclined to at least give it a simple setup. It is Genshin music, yeah. This is all Fontaine music. I've been really hooked on Fontaine music. I think since stream number 70 something. Fontaine is I really like Fontaine's I want to say design, but in reality in the game I feel that it's very empty. You know, for game reasons, right? For optimization reasons. But the concept of it, the vibes that it gives, I like that. I do like that a lot. Music's nice as well. So, kind of been hooked on that Fontaine music for a while now. Oh, right. Okay, wait, hang on. What does it look like again? Meow, 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 meow. It's kind of different, huh? Oh, that's fine. I'll just work with it. Let's see. Now my next character, the character that I'm bringing online now, not Alan, of course. Has a lot of messy designs and a mix of a lot of things together. She is basically kind of like the chaotic element. The next one is gonna be a pure element, and I will kind of want her to take on some designs from Fontaine, essentially. But like the character design, the character herself is gonna be very plain. There'll just only be one color, essentially. Nothing special, one color, and then it's just very plain. But in exchange, I think that means we open her up for a lot of good clothing designs. Because this character having this many elements with like high contrasting values and colors, it makes it very hard to get something good in with clothing, because then everything will get too messy. But if you have a character that's very plain, then I think the clothings can really stand out, and then we can basically make use of the character to practice design. This one here is mostly for, shall I say, anatomy reasons. You guys will see in due time, but the next one will be for fashion related reasons, and then the final one is going to be for action and dynamic stuff. Really, really so-called things that go hard kind of a target. I need to write this down, but I don't think I'm gonna forget it anytime soon. So, now that I have all these, I think only the hair is in the right color. Clothing, I'm just gonna stay in the white zone, actually. Yeah, it might be kind of hard to read. Given that is, let me get the skin color in first. I think maybe we can make the clothing a little bit darker, because it will contrast well with the white bed sheets. Yeah, what? Misclick. Oh, no, I can make that work, right? I can still make that work. Not sure. Oh, she does have red in the design. Actually, that's perfect. That's fine. But this is a bit too red, of course. Let's just adjust this. Oh, is that right? I can't really tell the different regions. I think it's possible that some stuff is mixed in here, because the playlist is really long compared to some of the other Fontaine sort of compilation ones. Maybe white is also fine. I need to deset some colors and bring them brighter. What was range? Oh, okay. Let me see. Can I go redder here? I could, right? Okay, I'm gonna tune the colors my way then, I think. I need to figure out what I want to use for this. What color are we at right now? Let's see. It's not too bad. I think I don't like how dark this part is the thing. But I'm inclined to bring them all up here. Let me see if I can just do this. Height? What's yeah? Turn her hair white. Whoops. Should put the hair on a different layer actually. Why doesn't it work? What? What? Oh, because I'm stupid. Okay, congrats. Clothing might be too dark. What can I work with here, actually? Even just gray, I think, is better. Right? Maybe you can match the tail later. Just need to make this a little bit less intense. Is this gray? Oh, it's pure gray. Okay, that's not gonna work here. That will not fly. Which way do I want to go? This way? The other way? What's the color of the light here? It's just gonna be white, right? Like in the original reference, it's kind of yellow, kind of white, kind of neutral color. Yeah, maybe this is a bit too much. Hard to say. I'm gonna leave the tail for now. I don't know what to do with it yet. But we can at least bring in some shading here. Resync. Nice, dude. Why doesn't the original have a cast shadow? Actually, where is the light coming from even? I guess it's less intense and directional light and more of like an overcast sky situation almost. Or maybe they just equal light sources, like multiple light sources from all the different angles, and they're equally strong. And then it knocked out the shadows basically. Because there's clearly one from outside, but there's clearly a lamp in the back too. So maybe that's why there's no like clear drop shadows on her torso and the face. So So what do I want to do here? We can only render one at a time though, so let's just bring the top down first. How top down though? Straight down? I see the rim light too. But then I don't really want to paint the entire background. Then again, I don't really need to paint the whole thing, I think, to justify there being a light in the back. As long as everything stays consistent, I think that would be fine too. I don't know what the structure here looks like, so it would be like this. And at some point the bottom reflector light takes over, I think. It's very dark. Might just be missing the reflector light, I suppose. Secondary. In the very beginning, I think we were learning actual anatomy stuff. But... Right, what was the issue? I think unless you're super duper clear and confident and very... Yeah, like you understand it very well. If not, I find it kind of hard to use it for coloring anyways. Like the rendering part of... So learning the muscle groups and the anatomy and stuff like that with the bones and stuff, what was connected to where, kind of helped with the sketching. But when it comes to rendering, I don't think I've learned enough, or the knowledge is robust enough to really use it for rendering, I think. So rendering mine is still kind of just, looks right, I have a reference here that kind of does similar things. Kind of like in that vein, in that, from that kind of train of thought. Honestly, definitely need a lot more sort of anatomy practice. That's why I don't know what's happening here. Precisely because of that, I don't really know what's happening here. There would be like, that's like a whole thing here. And then it's the butt, right? And then I need a refresher on this part, I think. So somewhere here is the traps. I call the traps. I think it is. You have the abs in the front. Something happens here. I forgot. Oh my god! Come on, man. That's my anatomy board. I just need this upside down or something. And flipped. Is it flipped? Oh no, it's not flipped. Never mind. Is it flipped? Wait, am I... Oh no, the butt is... Okay, wait, hang on. What am I doing? Let me bring it over here. I don't know what the difference is that you're considering, because I feel like anatomy is still pretty much the same thing at the end of the day, like whether if it's stylized a bit more or less. Wink, wink, wink. Kind of like that, right? Guess this stretches around. And oh, I guess this isn't necessarily a muscle group, it's just more of a guide, I guess? What is that? I'm not really sure. And then the quads, which I don't really care. And then so on this side, if that is that, then my bone. So this is supposed. I didn't plot the bones and stuff. It was a bit jank. Also, this perspective. Ah, right. So it'll be a bit more this side here. Press forwards. The tip. The bone will come out here somewhere, I think. Yeah, no, like based on what I'm drawing here, actually this would be a lot further down here. Because the crotch would be here, right? It has to be above the crotch. Then the other bone will be like pretty much on that side. So it'd be here, the other iliac crest. And that would be the back, that would be some nonsense. And then, where's my leg bone? I forgot which one is it called. Somewhere here. I think it will. Okay, so how about this? I think right now everything that's on screen here gives me kind of the same vibes, like in terms of anatomy, stylization. It is a little bit more stylized, I feel, but like at the same time, it's like, you know, I guess you have a little bit more rigorous stuff like this, but I think if you just learn this, that would be enough. I don't know if this is something you consider stylized or not. Actually, honestly, this is very involved already. Depends on what kind of characters you want to draw. Do you want to draw like very muscular characters and stuff like that? But learning anatomy doesn't mean you have to learn like basically, oh, this is the brachioradialis, which sounds like a Harry Potter spell, right? You don't have to learn like all these different muscle groups, what they're connected from and where they're connected to. I don't think that's very necessary. I think it's very excessive unless you really want to be super good at anatomy. So if you're just learning shapes like this, I think that's more than enough. Because you learn the shapes, it already helps you draw better and faster. And then when it comes to rendering, you know, like for the most part, I don't think it's going to be rendered to this level, right? Unless you're really drawing like JoJo kind of characters, but okay, what do I do with this knowledge here? I sit on it. Hell yeah. Do nothing. Yeah, actually, what do I even do with it? I don't know what to do. Should this be visible? Should it not be visible? I like it when it's not. That way we just stay in this sort of round sort of area, and that would be that. Just so it's easier to manage, I think. Yeah. Because it doesn't have to be that tight. And also, like, given the... so what's gonna happen, I imagine, is that there's a lot of white on this canvas. Unless I really want something very strong with the lighting. Something very directional, something very strong. I think what's gonna happen is a lot of the light's gonna hit the bed. And then bounce back up. So the shadows are gonna be a little bit more faded. Probably not gonna be that visible. So I'm just gonna bounce it from the bottom up here, right? I'm just gonna eat a secondary color in here with... Where's my marker? Oh, here. Let me get rid of this. Get some brighter colors, and then I'll just block it in here, right? It kind of happens from all over, though. Only this side. It's a bit less. Yeah, okay, this looks kind of weird to me still. Bounce light, yeah. I'm gonna get used to saying bounce light. I keep saying reflected light. It's a lot harder to say. The same thing, but it's a lot harder to say. Yeah, like over here, these shadows will probably all be gone. Like, other than the ambient occlusion that's gonna happen at the very thing, I think most likely it's gonna just get nuked. Because it's too close to the bed. That's pure white. Lights coming down from all angles, it's just gonna be gone, I think. Even brighter than this. Possibly even just like, oop. Probably that's too much. Okay, never mind. Let's just keep it similar for now. Simple, similar. I don't like the colors either. I think this can be a little bit more vibrant then, since it's not really... It's basically the Terminator now, right? This is basically just a subsurface scattering at this point. It's not the right one. I don't know. Yum, yum, yum. Yeah, I guess I kind of have to do that thing where I do with sketches, right? Because in the past, I mentioned this a lot of times before as well, is you draw something, it looks good now, come back tomorrow, it looks like shit. That's because you hit your limit at that point in time, right? And then when you have some time to rest your mind and then maybe look at other people's art, you come back, you have a fresh take. I'm kind of at that stage for colors. At least for line art and stuff, most of the time I come back, I'm not like, hey, this looks like absolute dog shit, I have to redraw it anymore. But color is absolutely, like, so... I don't think I can really render anything to all the way. Anyways, it's just not worth the time. More likely than not, it's gonna just look bad the next time I come back anyways, so... Might as well you save that time. Work on more pieces instead, right? More colors instead. Do want to redo this part though. It doesn't have enough of a cut into the thing. This perspective is janky as heck. I don't care about that. I'm gonna just reset this. There you go. Lock it to this. You guys get in there. Delete these guys. Delete mask. Why is it still there? What? What layer is this? Did I? What? Oh, it's a skin layer. Okay, yeah, okay, I'm stupid. Nuke. No, I didn't nuke it, I just changed the color. Yeah, okay, the color looks like crap right now. I think this bounce light needs to be a little bit more desaturated and bluer. Where's my blue? Desat? Okay, that's a bit too aggressive, I think. Let's just desaturate it first, I think. What kind of layer system? One color, one layer. Oh man, like Uni is gonna get a PTSD from this again. I think a lot more of my, quite a few of my viewers are more painting sort of oriented. So when they see me have 5 bajillion layers, one for one color, I think it absolutely is it's crazy, right? It looks insane. But I think it is absolutely necessary right now. Before I was thinking that, hey, I should challenge myself to use a single layer, and it does feel freer to use because all your colors on one layer, you just paint. You don't have to worry about what you're supposed to be working on, right? Which layer you're supposed to be working on. But the downside is you don't get the flexibility down the line to change the colors easily. So you're basically fully committed. Like, I guess it's already washed out. Oh wait, actually a good example is still here. Like this one here. This one when it was painted, everything is on the same layer. Like every single object item in the front and the back is all on the same layer. The only difference is that every time I paint the layer and I want to maybe like have a little bit of a fallback, I will use a new layer and paint on top of that layer instead, right? You're still painting everything on the same layer, but you have multiple of these as sort of less like checkpoints, right? So you can always go back. That's a workflow that I've seen more painterly style artists do. It's a lot freer to use, but again, you're locked into the colors. It's very hard to change. The only way to change is to repaint everything. And given that right now we're trying to sort out our color situation, our sort of sense of observation for color and then taste for color, I suppose, probably best to not do that just yet. Once we get comfortable with colors. Oh, another thing that I've seen someone use is that they will start off with one layer, one color, one layer. They would block out all the different parts. They will add in all the different shadows, maybe add in reflected light at some point. And then, once they're satisfied with the colors, then they combine everything and then they paint on top of that. I think that is also very powerful. It's like the best of both worlds, right? That's probably more of a direction that I would like to... I think that direction is probably where I would like to head towards. Oh, this is tricky. I mean, but her tail's color is kind of like this, though. I just don't really like this color combination. Yeah, it feels really nice and free to just paint. Like the background, I'm just gonna paint, right? I don't have to worry about what's what. But because right now my clothing, I don't know what color I want. This and that and that and this. So how many layers am I using right now? I have no idea. Like, not that many yet. Because this is a very simple thing so far. 3 for lines. Maybe like 10? Not even for what we have right now. By the time we're done with all the setup, every part, well, every single block you see here will have its own shadow layer, reflect the light, the bounce light layer. So I guess it's like 3 for now, like, because we don't want to go for anything too complex. Yeah, this is like very normal layer setup for me. Oh yeah, this is steeped in my original mentality. Because like I think I never realized for the longest time, like, doing art doesn't mean getting things right the first time. It means you sit your ass down until you get it right. No matter how many times it takes, right? But like, I think as a beginner, you do the thing once, you're like, oh shit, this didn't work out, I don't know what to do, and then you're done, right? You don't keep trying, you don't try to figure out what's wrong and how you can keep going forwards. That's why, like, having a very flexible layer system like this, where you have control over everything throughout the entire process, is very comforting. It's very enabling. I don't have to worry about the fact that, hey, if I paint things, it looks bad. I have to repaint it, you know. Mentally, that load was too much. So to make it easier to paint, I would just have one color, one layer. That way I know in my heart that, hey, if I screw up, I just delete this layer, you know? I can try multiple things, find the way I like, the one that I do like, keep that one, delete everything else. I think that was where it came about. And then over time nowadays, it's like I've done some paintings as well, more complex studies. And it's just gotten a little bit easier because I just know that, oh, you know what, it's not that bad. I can make it work, right? I have the patience and I have the presence of mind to sit my ass down and actually make it work now. Right. I think if you're approaching from a traditional point of view, you should just ignore like what I'm saying with the one color, one layer thing. The best way to use layers for traditional artists is probably to split them based on what's overlapping what, like foreground, middle background kind of situation. I think I have an example here, I just have to find it. Paint number 6. I need to clear my folders a little bit. It's very, very messy. Now here's the perfect example of why I still have issue with colors. I thought this looked really good, and I think it still is fine, but I think the colors in the light should be a little bit more vibrant, like kind of like what we have here. A little bit more vibrant and a little bit more colorful, just so that it sets the bright areas apart and maybe the foreground from the background and everything else. But anyway, so ignoring the colors and stuff, like it's best for traditional artists, I think, because it's the easiest way to use it. Is that let's say the character, right? The character's in front of everything, just put it on a new layer. And then you can still paint within this layer and it's very flexible. Sorry, it is still very intuitive to paint, but then you have the flexibility of having the character in front. Same thing for all the background, middle ground, foreground. I think that's probably the only sort of layering that should still continue to be present. I have a lot more parts here just because I'm still kind of afraid, but all these are all separate layers too. Actually, this two can be merged. The road, the town that I didn't bother painting, the tree here, and then the building, and then the sky, right? It just makes it so much easier to like, you don't have to worry about these edges anymore. Like, imagine if you're painting in traditional, you have to be very wary. You have to be very careful with not eating the edges up again, right? I've seen people use tape, right? And then they will paint, and then when they finish the sky, they will peel off the tape. That kind of stuff. But the thing is, like, what if you want to fix the sky again, right? Are you gonna tape over the floor, like this horizon again? What if there's paint there that has not yet dried? What if the paint is dry, but if you tape over it, it's gonna peel it off, right? So there's a lot of tricky stuff like that you have to deal with in traditional art, and I think that is the best sort of thing that digital art can offer, right? You can maintain your intuitive painting workflow, but then you can still have layers that help you out with organizing all these different edges. So like all these hard edges for the ground here, once it's done, I know I'm never going to mess up this edge ever again. This edge right here. Let me just up the contrast and then you guys can see it. Oh, if I invert the colors, you can see. This edge will always remain tight, no matter how I paint it, and that's great. That's what I like about the thing, but... Yeah, sorry, it's being blocked because of I don't know how to use them. Oh. I mean... Huh, interesting. That's an interesting take, Maxi, because I agree with what you're saying, right? But... Are you saying that you're aware of certain tools that does, like, how do I say this? Like, so if you know about certain tools and what they do, then you can use it in your workflow, right? You can find a place to fit it in, to use it. But if you don't know about the tool and you don't know about what it does, then you also wouldn't really feel like you're missing out because it just simply doesn't exist to you. So it's interesting that you're saying that you are feeling like there are tools that like you can't use their full potential because you don't know how to use the tools. Like if you just try the tools and see what it does, would that not give you an idea of how to use it then? Because it's just available, right? It's just in the software. So I'm kind of confused. I think I'm like tripping on my own words or something. I have no idea. My thought process is a bit messed up right now. Where's my hair? That's on top. How do I want to do the hair though? I'm gonna do the thing where it makes it look like it's very shiny. A marker though. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, that makes sense. Right, if you can describe it or if you can share, like I guess whatever you have seen, maybe we can help you out. Very shiny hair. Oh my god. Basically just a ball. I actually don't really like glossy hair so much, but like it's not very often I think I get to draw darker hair for some reason. What is that? Not sure. Maybe it's a bit too much, but yeah. Let's just push the bottom. I don't know what I'm doing. Hair rendering is still a problem for me. A very big problem, really. Just do what makes sense first. I need some reference for that, I think. Don't know what I'm doing. Let's see. To bring this up. Just get a rough feel for everything first. Gotta figure out what to do with it later. Can I do this a little bit easier? Oh, because of this, right. Wait, but if it's on the folder, can I not just clip it then? Okay, this organization is gonna bite me in the ass at some point. I think something doesn't make sense here. Just not sure what yet. You'll find out soon enough. It's the contrast problem, right? Can I bring this up, but it doesn't fit the character as much anymore, it feels like. I need to see how people approach her colors a little bit more. Don't know what to do with it. In the meantime, I'm just gonna block in some stuff for the background. Let's go blue. Rider. Cool. Yeah, but not having directed light makes this. If I kept like a light spotlight on here, I think it would be so much easier to draw attention to it. Now we have like a lot of blank space, I think. Oh. Yeah, let's commit. I need to be less afraid of the drop shadow. I don't think it's that serious. Might look weird, but I think it's worse not to try. What am I gonna do with the walls actually? Ah, yes, of course, sure. Yeah, what kind of range are we going for though, right? Because if this goes in, then this should be a different layer just in case. Nice dimension. Maybe on this side. That's on the lighting too. Uh-huh. That would be cool, yeah. It's gonna be a lot of I've seen people practice drawing the same pose but different angles based on their own imagination. If you learn construction, I think it would be a lot easier, right? Because you reduce every single part of the anatomy down to boxes, put the boxes in the same perspective, change the perspective, and then just re-stylize from the boxes again. That would be the proper way to do it, I think. But the part where you go from anatomy, boxes to anatomy, that part is hard because you have to figure that part out for yourself. Because torso and everything, they're not a box anyways, right? So where is your box a bounding box, or is the box gonna be expanded upon? I don't know if this makes sense, but I have tried it before. Because I briefly took an anatomy class, and there was a dude in there who only did anatomy for his entire life, basically. And he was basically just like, if you have a box... I forgot what his method was. Because if you take a box, and then you can stylize it and slowly carve out the anatomy. You can do it this way, and then if you learn the dimensions and stuff, right? Sorry, I don't know if you know this already. I am just repeating it. I guess for the video, for the stream itself. But then I've also seen, like, because the box, like this torso itself is also not necessarily this oval either, but like... Yeah, because depending on how you stylize this, maybe you will want to expand outside of the box as well. I actually never done this before. I don't think this makes a lot of sense for this, maybe. What was it that I vaguely remembered? Maybe that doesn't really matter. Maybe everyone just puts it inside the box. What was that one test case that I remember? Anyways, never mind this. Sorry, just ignore that. I thought I know where I was going with it. I didn't. Yeah. Honestly, I personally feel like it's not really that important to be able to do that anymore, just because you have a lot of 3D tools, right? To help you compose and stuff. But I think in terms of like just drawing for imagination and because if you want to draw for imagination, your imagination has to be pretty solid. So like if you can do that kind of transformations in your head, it'll be so much easier to draw for imagination just because you can really see the pose, as opposed to having to set up a 3D environment to try it out. But the amount of time and dedication needed to get to that stage, I feel like is not worth the trouble for me yet. Which is what I'm trying to get allude to, basically. That I think it's gonna take a lot of effort to get there, and there's just too many other things to work on before that thing becomes a well, I wouldn't say necessity. Before it's up the priority list. I need to figure out what color of clothing I want. Actually, no, I don't have to. No, not yet anyways. It doesn't matter right now. So we do have a lot of layers to work with here. Pretty good. Very messy, honestly. Yeah, everything will then depend on what is it that we're trying to achieve here. So that is also that. So yeah, nah. I need a decent amount of contrast here. So I think what that means is this needs to go first. This guy needs to be painted in the opposite fashion because I don't want to adjust my brain for the other sequence. That means this needs to go brighter, right? Whatever that might be. Let's say it's this here. Yeah, with enough contrast here, so it works. What is this? Oh, it's Oh, I don't know if this is a good place to be, but at least we can kind of relatively comfortably get to this stage of the process. Which is what exactly? Is this like, I guess this is more of a color rough than anything else? I guess mostly this is a value rough. Because colors I'm not sure yet, the forms we're not sure yet. But the only thing that we are really slightly more comfortable with is the contrast, perhaps. I'm not 100% sure on that either, but... But the order of operations would dictate that this is probably where we are. Oh, is it already maxed? Oh shit, no way. Anyways, I'll leave this here for now. Going forwards, I need... What do I need, though? I don't... At the very least, I would like to clean up some of the shapes, right? Even if we're not sure about the colors or the values, I think we need to practice a little bit with rendering. But this will be it for now. Let's go back to sketching here. Does it work? Oh, it does work. Look at that. Oh, but it doesn't work the reverse, does it? Yeah, it wouldn't. It makes no difference. Huh? Too bad, I suppose. Yeah, I think that would be the line. Can I grab this yet? This guy goes underhand pose? What does the underhand pose mean? What is a underhand? It means like palms facing the sky, I guess. Oh, I see. Nothing comes to mind. If I were to search, it looks like a hand reaching out for something, asking for something kind of pose. There are some here that might work if you flip it upside down as a reference here. Stuff like that, but it's a different perspective for this one. There are also, I guess, this one here maybe. Because yours is like basically right from the side, right? Like let me so I actually don't know how I can share this. Oh no, wait, I can just copy and paste these. Wait, hang on 1 second. And I guess we all know who this is, right? Like if you search Taco 1704, you can maybe find more stuff, but I did collect a lot of the hand stuff out here. These are not, yeah, they're none of them hit the mark directly. Also, I don't know about the quality, by the way, of these images. You might want to do a reverse Google search to find the original. I'm just gonna send these because I have them on hand. Shit, is this gonna too big? Okay, thank God. The last time I tried to send an image like this, it actually ended up being too big and I cannot send it. It's so stupid. Yeah, Maxi, you probably want to find, like, search for hand waiting, hand asking for items or something. I don't know. Yeah, like if you say, all right, it worked a lot better than expected. This is hand asking for items. The hand is asking for items, but you get basically exactly what you want, I think, George. Oh shit, the link is so long it exceeds the message limit. So I'm afraid you're on your own, George. I literally cannot send you the link. I can send it in Discord, I think. Yeah. Oh my god, this fucking stupid ass link. Anyways, I think you should be set with all this. With this one, like 2,000 characters. I don't know how long is this damn thing. And asking for items. Oh yeah, this is so reminiscent of the past where looking for references is such a pain, yes. Because I think I mentioned, right? Like I didn't learn from references. So I always need a perfect reference to be able to draw because I'm just copying shapes. And once I don't have a reference, I literally cannot draw. So finding a perfect reference was the part that took a lot of time. To the point where I just kind of stopped drawing my own ideas because it's so impossible to find references for my own poses. I would just look at stuff that people have, and then try to think of something to work with it instead. That way I start off with the reference and then I change. It's kind of how we're still working today, actually, now that I think about it. Maybe I still haven't changed, I don't know. Good chance I'm still working the same way, I suppose. Hello, Igami. Oh, you guys know each other? Yeah, just yesterday, I think. Oh. Yeah, the Reddit post that I found today really hit home, like everything. You're just so tired from work and doing other things that you can't do your hobbies. Or you can't do them well, and then that as a result makes you feel even worse. And then you get less energy to do your work as well. And then it's just a very terrible cycle. That's why the work-life balance is so important. Why is it so big? I see. Very cool, very cool. Oh, wait, would you be the friend that recommended them here? Somehow. Indeed. Ouch. Yes, thank you, Igami. I don't know, man. I think I am still very far from that title there. Let me see. How do I even present this? Right, yeah, right. And then why do I need the arrows? Am I stupid? But anyways, yes, George, have a good night. Oh yeah, Secret Santa. I gotta remember. Alright, wait, I'm supposed to close the forums today. Hang on, what is everyone doing? I know, I'm supposed to close the forums tomorrow, I guess. But yeah, I have to check. Hang on, hang on. Yum, yum, yum. Did everyone reply to it yet? It's untitled. I only have 6 responses. Alright, I guess I have to do a pingu over here. Oh, whoops. Misclick. I forgot to put the link. Alright, 6 responses. I think like we had 10 people. That's the main control, right? I think that was the main. Yeah, okay. Right, I don't know what else necessarily there might be. Right, okay, so check. Well, not related. And this would be Ria's domain over here. Right. Oh, okay, right, okay. So It's just a small event where people put in their own requests for art, and then other people also put in their own requests for art, and then you get randomly assigned someone else's request to draw. Basically, that's what it is. Saw the booth and the horse racing event, so I don't have time to do the event right now. So draw. Yeah, that's great. That's great. That's objectively way better. No offense to the other people who have. Oh, hello, PSH 97928275. Thank you for your comment. Thank you for letting me know. May I know which one it was that you liked, or do you mean all of them? I imagine most people came because of one or another. Like they probably like a specific style, and I happened to touch on it in my very limited career of being a YouTuber. Right. I see. I should do it like this. Okay. Was fear a sin? Actually, I forgot. Is fear one of the 7 sins? No, it's not. Wait. I guess it doesn't really count. Yeah, it doesn't really count. Anyways, doesn't matter. I'm just planning out the character design. Like this is something that is super duper hard to do in a text file, right? Like everything goes downwards. You can't really compare stuff across the board very comfortably. You can use Markdown, but that's a pain in the ass in of itself. But so this is the list of characters, right? We're just slowly bringing each one online here. Actually, let me just nuke this. Oh no, I should nuke the other way. I'm just gonna bring this out of this entire thing. So I know my handwriting is not the most legible, but like it's all good, Igami. I googled. I think it's envy that you're missing, and gluttony is there. Gluttony, lust, wrath, sloth, pride. Greed? Is greed in there? Oh yeah, it's greed and shit, I forgot what the other one. Anyways, thank you, Igami. Tigger said that all volunteers joins the big party. Yeah, sorry, Show, did you hear my answer? I'm not sure if it did. Yes, fear is not a 7 deadly sins. It's okay, I put it or not here. It's fine. It's mostly just a... Actually, they all fall under the concept of concept, really, but... Oh yeah, actually this is... Yeah, some of the other stuff I'm not so worried about, especially. Sorry, Show. If you're thinking of participating, it's already the application has closed like 3 or 4 weeks ago. But like in terms of what is allowed, well, anything goes really. It's just that how do I say this? You know, like depending on the artist who got your stuff's skill level, it might not come out the way you were expecting, especially if it's a very complicated request. So at least in our case here, I think most people have given something manageable. You know, if you can give multiple different ideas, that's also great because people can then choose something that's more comfortable. Sorry, Igami, what are you asking for? Are there any that are not safe for work and generalized? Yeah, sorry, Show. Like if you still want to participate, there are other servers that are just... Oh, isn't Pluvium server also doing it? I don't know if they close the applications or not, but like ours, I started very early because I wanted to give people a lot of time to work on it. I'm pretty sure I saw Pluvium. Oh, okay. They close as well. Like Oh, wait, hang on. So if you join this server, Pluvium's workshop here, Secret Santa is closed. This is on the last day of November. But if you're still interested, you can DM them. And it's accepting until December 5th. So if you still want to do, you can still join on this side. It's a much bigger server. It's like I don't know how. Does anyone have the invite link? I don't know how to get the invite link. Can I do this? Oh. I mean, I can just send it to you in the general here. I can't see this. It's huge. Stupid as Discord is. What did you just click? Sure. If you still want to join. Yeah, just you know, it is getting pretty close to Christmas, right? You only have 3 weeks. 3 weeks to get the applications in to delegate and then clear out misconceptions and other stuff that you might need to do, handle all the different stuff that may or may not happen. So it gets very tricky very quickly here. Yeah, I think. Right, I see, right? Because we're forcing. Hang on.
Yeah, there will only be one entry. No, we need two entries.
Not sure though, actually. Did I? What? Man, that's the same look at the two lines here. That's insane. They kind of curve in the same way, but I'm pushing the lines across, but somehow they get pushed in. Like there's the same bias in the lines. That's what? Well, anyways. So target is here. So target is here, right? Let's do entry here. No, actually that means her entry is here. Actually, I don't know. I guess I don't know, but and then we have other entry that ends. Sorry, entry ends. Current status here. But yes, so actually this one here. Actually no. Yeah, this is actually pretty good. So that means I'm shifting this. Oh no, that's also not true. You know what? This is bad. This part. Compare one piece of maps in front of the, yeah, like yeah. Oh right, what was the other board? Let me see. This is a giantess board here. Let me check. I don't know what the alignment sequence was. 3? 3 is the sequence, huh? So my alignment goes... Actually, this would be 3. This would be unknown. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to organize thoughts here. I'm trying to keep a little bit more of a whole on top, like being more on top of what's happening with all the characters as well as timelines. So yesterday we were talking about this. I think it's nice to have this on paper. It's a bit more concrete. It's a bit more, I wouldn't say finalized, but at least there's a record of it and it's a bit clearer. So the idea is that we want to build a world, we want to tell stories, right? But like the exploring the world part is not that important, right? It's not like we want to create a fantasy world and explore what this world is like. And we do, but that's not the priority, right? And the characters are the priority. So we start from the characters first. We create the characters, then build the world around them. This ensures that the characters are the source of truth, and they are prioritized above everything else, right? They're like the stories, the themes that they have is prioritized above everything else. And this is what the sort of representation is meant for. I guess, oh, okay, I was missing the other part, but that part would be redacted because that's all very personal stuff. But as for why the characters are created, right? So the reason that fed into these ones. Some of it is represented in this representation here. So what's going to happen is that each character is going to be used for a very specific purpose. And the reason why I want to do this is because they are created for various reasons, right? They're all tied very closely to my own life experiences. So that's why I don't have like 10 bajillion characters, because they all take on a very specific aspect. That's why they exist, and that's why they have to be kept as the main source of truth. They have to be consistent, and they have to be not changed for the world, but the world is changed for them, in terms of design anyways. But then in terms of how we're going to use the characters, they're also going to be used to draw different, like explore different artistic concepts. And keeping things clean, it just makes it a little bit easier. So every time I see a character, a specific, how do I say this, idea, a specific set of ideas and designs and theming and moods is automatically brought up because they are associated with that. And currently you guys are only seeing Ria herself, right? And then also Faye, who is being slowly, I'm just gonna slowly work on this character over the next few weeks, I'm hoping, in order to bring stuff to make things a little bit more fleshed out. And specifically, I think Ria's represent, like what I'm gonna use Ria for is mostly explore more world related stuff. So this is more world building and stuff. So more environments, more key activations. This is a internal speak for me because I just ignore what this is. This just means vibe check or something like that. Just treat it as like vibes. It has a very specific usage that I use it for. So it makes a lot of sense to me, but to explain it, I think doesn't necessarily help you guys. If you just think of it as different things in the world that inspire me, that's good enough. Then there is also design concepts. So this is more related to just general design concepts, stuff like Art Deco and stuff like that. Scandinavian designs, Scandi, I'm just gonna write Scandi. And then we have two characters that Naya introduced. This is chronological order, by the way. So Ria herself is 2011, Dragon is 2012, Fox is 2022, then this Faye is 2023. This one is not yet created. We need a protagonist for the story. I don't want any of these characters to be the protagonist. And the reason is because the protagonist tends to have things that need to be changed. Like, how do I say this? Like, I guess the easier way to put it is that even though I am the protagonist of my own life, I am not the protagonist of the story. So no, actually that doesn't make sense either. Anyways, I just don't want to have a scenario where my characters have to be changed in order to make the story flow a little bit better. So I want to have just a character that's completely fictional, that's not necessarily based off of anything here, right? But just used to explore the characters and the world from so the viewers will explore from this angle, whereas I am designing the world from this angle. That's how it's gonna be. That character's not yet created yet, so not much there at the moment. But these two characters I'll bring up slowly in this order here. And then currently we only have Ria, which is really hard to work with. This part here needs a lot of technical skill, right? Environments, designs, you're doing 3D stuff, you're doing... I can give an example of what kind of ideas I want to explore. Let me see, so... like stuff like this. Like this is, okay, this is a very specific thing. This is called parametric design. But like if you have environments with parametric design, with imagine merging some of these design concepts. Like for example, parametric design with Art Deco, right? Everyone loves Art Deco. I used to really like Bioshock because of the aesthetics. So imagine merging some of these designing environments, and then putting Ria in this environment, and then try to explore what she may or may not do with the different materials. How would she react to like wooden furniture versus like fabric versus stone versus stuff like that, right? I think this is more of the very artsy sort of vibe kind of thing. That's what Ria will mostly primarily be used for, because that's helping to build the world and explore different worlds and concepts and so on and so forth. These two in the middle I'm not quite set yet, but because of the various principles that they represent, they are more suited for certain things. Like for example, this dragon character is meant to be more prideful, more strong, right? She's going to be a very confident, maybe even slightly overconfident and very arrogant, like not very arrogant, but just more arrogant type of character, right? So it's more suitable for doing stuff like very dynamic action poses. You're doing fight scenes and impacts and stuff like that. So whenever the character gets brought online, I'll probably use her more for fighting and stuff like that. And then we can practice doing more impact frames, right? More stuff like, for example, like stuff like this, right? Stuff like this, where you have a lot of these nonsense lines that just sort of brings the vibe of impact and dynamism and like action across. Sure, I'm not sure yet. In terms of the direction of the world here, the direction of the world here is not, I'm not sure yet. That's what these characters are for. That's exactly what these characters are for. Primarily it's gonna be Ria that's gonna be handling this part, because she is the main character. She's the one that I've had for the longest time, and she's the only one that I didn't really create. She's a character that happened over time. That's why she's in a very weird spot, because I don't really know what she's like either. Imagine like having just this friend that you never talk to, but she's been around forever, right? So everything that I'm creating is for her, and her, mostly her only. Like everything that we're doing here is just so that we can bring her to life. But because she is in a weird precarious spot where I don't want to force a personality on her, I don't want to force ideas on her, I have to also discover her. Just like you guys are discovering this lore that I'm about to build, I'm discovering what she's gonna be like, just like with the rest of you guys. I don't know either. So I think that's an interesting thing, and that's also probably the only how do I say this? You can really only experience this if you join the stream and watch me build this thing out live, because it's only going to happen once. And, you know, like once I decided on certain things and present it as like it's already been decided, then that's just going to be that, right? That's going to be like whoever that comes in and joins the thing afterwards, it's going to be, oh, it's already designed. That's it, you know? So we're kind of embarking on this journey to sort of build everything for this one character. And all the other characters, I mean, the dragon has a slightly different vector, but also very important. Similar to Ria, but not quite there. But anyways, everybody else is here to build for her. So she's going to be the one that's exploring different worlds and different concepts. And then eventually, we're going to tie everything together into one cohesive story that's going to fit into this timeline here. But all of that requires technical skill. So let me just bring it back to what I'm trying to talk about, is that we need technical skill to bring every single one of these things to life. And each one of these characters have their own sort of area of responsibilities in order to help me bring stuff, to acquire this technical skill and then bring stuff to life. And so Ria's responsible for environments. We have the dragon who's going to be... They're all named, by the way, but I'm not releasing the names until I'm finishing the design here. Dragons are responsible for more action-y type stuff, right? Of course, I'm not going to be able to get good at everything, but at least they give me an avenue for approaching some of these things in a more sort of organized way. The fox here, she's gonna be more, her design is gonna be super simple, right? But as a result of her being simple, it means that anything that she wears becomes the point of focus, right? Because people are drawn to contrast. So simple character, the clothing is just gonna look interesting as a result. So she's gonna be good for fashion design. Again, design, but in a slightly different aspect. Character design, fashion design, that kind of stuff. Talking about different materials, and then we can still explore different design concepts in relation to this. So this is supplementary to this. And then also maybe different colors, right? Again, this is part of design. So primarily fashion and character design areas over here. And then there's Faye. Faye is a sync for all the other stuff that, unfortunately or not unfortunately, I don't know. But like for her, she's kind of a sync that is meant for some of the darker stuff. She's gonna be touching on concepts like suicidal stuff, abuse, trauma, that kind of stuff, and just having a lot of internal conflicts to resolve. And she's probably the most fleshed out in terms of a character, in terms of a story vibe, because she has a lot of conflicts that we can resolve that you need for a good story, right? But primarily from a design point of view, from us as designers, as like the reason why she's being created is that I need a sync. I need someone here to sort of absorb certain negative stuff, certain explicit stuff like loots and stuff, so that it doesn't interfere with the other things, right? I don't want to have a scenario where because I want these to be clean. I think you guys can probably relate to this. If you want a concept to be clean, it's a lot harder to keep certain other things at bay. You might as well just divert that to another direction so that it's no longer there and bothering you, and then you can focus purely on the other stuff. So while we're working on some technical stuff here, she exists more as a sync, which is kind of sad for her, but she is also very important because a lot of these ideas and concepts and stuff, I'm also drawing a little bit more from personal experience. So she is also a very important character, and that's who we're trying to flesh out. She's over here. That's who we're trying to flesh out over here with all these tags. I have like at least 4 times, 5 times the amount of words in my own document here. But and then eventually we'll bring in this character who's gonna then explore the world that we built. For any new viewers or any people down the line that wasn't part of this process that we're embarking on right now, they will approach from this angle. So you always need a character that doesn't really know what's happening, that doesn't really have too much going on, right? So that they can approach and explore the world and serves as an exposition, sort of vector of exposition. Because you don't really want to just be explaining things randomly, right? You explain it because this character needs to know. So it's a good way to just tell a story, I think. That's what she is for. And then yeah, like there's also other concepts and stuff, but these things are not really that important. I think they're already sort of encompassed in some of these things already. But it's just nice to list them out in this sort of grid here. And in terms of the sins or not thing, these are just concepts that would influence the character's internal conflict. So for Faye, she's mostly dealing with trauma, a bit of more of the other, whatever these 2 words might mean to you guys. I'll leave it at that for now. And then, yeah, but like overconfidence, arrogance, pride, that kind of stuff, right? This is actually not that important. Actually, this wrath doesn't really exist. It's more of just arrogance and pride on that regard. And then that's the timeline sequence. The C1, C2, C3, C here mostly is just chapter, but you don't really have it just treat it as chapter. Basically, Ria Goat is the main character here, right? Oh, main character to me. The main character of the story is gonna be an unknown character here. And I want my characters to kind of just be present and important, but also supporting characters. I don't know why I want this necessarily. I don't know how to verbalize it, but I feel like this is the right way to go about it. So that these guys can do whatever that they need to do whatever that they need to do for me over here, while not affecting the story so much, right? I think that's how I think of it. But because Ria is the main character for me, the design and the timeline and everything would primarily be based off of her sort of story. And there's basically 3 parts to it. We have like the original stuff. This is like the prologue or like the origin kind of story. And then there's like a full reset here. So by the way, you guys are gonna get spoiled 100% just because you know, that's what design is, right? She's gonna die here. And then this is kind of the zone that we have. And then this is the part where she comes back to life. So this is unalive, this is the alive, I guess. I don't know, come back to life, resurrect. And as for exactly what these words mean, I think that's 1 extra S there, but I'm not sure. As for what these words mean, stories wise and lore wise, even I'm not that sure myself yet either. But it is what it is, right? And of course, what these bars mean, and so on and so forth, you guys can guess for yourself. There's of course spoilers here, but we are operating. So I'm trying to decide when I do art for each one. So again, I have all these concepts here that is gonna be explored with each character, right? I need to decide in terms of what time in the story we are going to be exploring these concepts with these characters. Then the reason why is because I don't want to do anything that's out of character. And depending on when you are in this story, in this timeline T here, the characters have different personalities, right? They develop, right? They're not a static thing. So depending on where we are, the characters would behave differently. They may be more or less suited to do some of these things, right? If you have like for example, Faye, if her backstory is very traumatic and she's just like absolutely out of it, having episodes every single moment, we can't exactly explore loots. That would be very disrespectful to some of the themes that is being portrayed, stuff like all the suicide and abuse and stuff. That would not be very appropriate. So I need a moment in time where she is stabilized and she is independent now. She is stronger now. She is recovered now, and maybe once in a while she gets episodic issues, but for the most part she is stable and she is happy and satisfied with where she is, and she has a purpose to fill and in the story, and then we can comfortably do the things that we want to do. That's what is going to be for, right? So these are the different timeline snapshots that's going to happen, right? And then like Rhea mostly exists in this part of the space. Like actually she exists like kind of like I don't know where exactly, because she's kind of exploring different worlds. So in a sense, it's almost like there's multiple timelines for Rhea. So this part I'm not sure yet, but Rhea kind of exists in like a weird space here. And she exists purely in the future, because otherwise she's completely dead in this zone here. And there's nothing much to work with. Oh, by the way, by dead, I don't mean she doesn't exist. She exists here still, but she's dead as in like there's zero personality, because it's reflective of the fact that I have no idea who she is, right? So the exploration of who she is going to be here, drawing from experiences that she's going to experience within this part of the time frame. And that's why if we have characters here that interact with her, then as we do stuff later, there's stuff to look back upon, and then to build out stuff in the future, and then to finally build her up. And then the concept is that her original self versus her new self, they are basically similar, except for certain things, right? Because as someone who has died once and came back, I think your point of view on the world, on everything, on issues, that would be very different from someone who is just struggling to make ends meet. So there is similarities, but there's also differences. But the good thing is that the differences is very predictable. So that's why, like, if we build enough stuff here, feed it into Rhea in the future, we basically also create her in the past, and then the story can then flow from that result. So that is the sort of the flow that we're going with. That is why everything is being done the way they are. I hope it's structured and presented like clear enough that it makes sense. Because if there's no structure to this, it's just too many things that's gonna be decided arbitrarily. And that's fine too, right? If you just want to explore fantasy worlds, sci-fi worlds, you can just decide that, hey, this world has both magic and sci-fi stuff, and then you can just explore that concept. But because art isn't necessarily a fun thing for me, it's a tool to fulfill a promise over here, I have to do it in a very structured way. I have to make sure that everything is logical from front to back, because that's the only way that will make it make sense and make it have any value to me, which is why I'm doing it in such a very structured way. So that's just, kind of the main rundown that's going on here. Yeah, design-wise, they might represent different ideas, and then there's also other representation. But yeah, and so on and so forth. I forgot to erase the circle, whoops. But that's kind of what's happening. There's only 2 characters that are online right now, so there's only 2 that I need to really tie down. Because the other characters, I will have to figure out their lore, their story, and their how they fit into the whole picture first before I decide that, hey, at what point in time does it make sense to go for it. Also, this is just the main time frame, like the time where they will serve their purpose the best. It doesn't mean that we will only do stuff like this. I think at some point we might need to do some backstory here, for Faye, for Ria, or something like that. I don't know. But these are just the main section here. So actually talking about this, looking at through this, is a bit clearer now for me and myself. The issue with that I was facing was that yesterday, because I brought Faye online yesterday, the character design for her at this point in time is a little bit too heavy. It's a bit too dark, it's a bit too heavy. And like I mentioned before, if we're dealing with themes that are very serious and dark, it's probably not good to combine that with doing, you know, slightly more goonerish stuff. So I decided that we probably need to pick a time frame where it is a little bit more, when she's more stabilized here. So this is stabilized. Say stab. So I will have to update the sheet a little bit to fit this version of her instead of the version of her at this point in time, right? So this is the initial sheets. And then we need to do a new sheet here. And then we'll begin our exploration process. So as for the clothing design, some of the other stuff behind the scene, well, some of the more visible parts of her design, right? Maybe the base set of clothing, maybe something related to her preferences and her other, shall we say, explicit activities, and then that kind of stuff. But then we can work on that. So I'm currently in this part. I just need to quickly get this done. I'm also working on another part of the world building, which is how the lore will be presented, right? So for example, right now we are talking about this, just talking, because we are the designers. We are here to create the story. We see all the information at one go, and then that's it. Because that's the only way to plan things, right? But as someone viewing the story from the point of view of our MC here, which, by the way, I think, okay, you know what, let's not spoil that. I also haven't confirmed that either, but from the point of view of the MC, she's not gonna see everything at once. She's gonna see stories bit by bit by bit by bit. And I think her entry point would be... Her entry point is here. Actually, I don't know if she... what happens here exactly. We know that... Okay, yeah, okay. Again, I've mentioned this, is you guys are gonna get spoiled. But like, I know that 2 characters are gonna definitely make it out the other end of the story. I don't know so much about the other ones yet. Let me just say that. But so we have our MC here. Entry point here. So she has to explore the world. She has to be presented with the lore, but she cannot be presented in an expository like sort of information dump way. And that means that a lot of, for example, let's say the character's internal conflict, right? The fact that they are dealing with these kind of issues. How are we going to present that idea then? And I think Arknights, I kind of like the Arknights way, right? You have the personnel files. And it's pretty common in all of these games where they have a lot of characters. But I think it's interesting to have like a personnel file. You have different documents in this file. You have like a basic information that might include some of the basic design information, right? These kind of stuff. But then we can then present some of the other personality and the lore as from the point of view of, like, say, yet another third party. Maybe someone was doing a psychological assessment on the character, and then they will leave some medical notes, right? And then from these notes, you can then infer the sort of personality, the conflicts, the trauma that they're experiencing that they have, as well as how it changed over time, because additional files will get filed as we move through the story's timeline here. And so you will have this huge like kind of dossier with like a bunch of files in them. How do you draw the dossier? I don't know anything. So this is like Bay or something, and then you have a bunch of files in there. We can go one step ahead, right? We can make it like classified. And then the information in there, actually I will redact a lot of information. So once I have the design, so we need to design the documents. Once the documents are designed, I will fill up the documents, right? The documents will be consistent across everything, every single character, and will also serve as a world building sort of element, right? Because depending, like the fact that we are filing things in the document, in a dossier like this for every character implies it's an agency, organization of some kind, right? You have HR, you have administrations, that kind of stuff. But once the documents are designed, I'm going to fill up the document for all the characters based on all these different things, right? With the help of the documents, I can also start to tie down some of the timeline elements. And then I will redact some information, and then I can release the document as part of like you know, releasing content for people to enjoy, stuff like that, as we slowly build up the world. And so you guys are basically serving as both this MC will be the analog for viewers, right? Where if she gets information, then I can release documents like this, for example. She may chance upon the document by herself, she may be stealing it, she may be the one writing it, right? It could be a lot of different ways that we can explore this. But as she gets information, things will happen. That's very interesting. And with the help of this, right, yeah, I can tie down a timeline of when things happen for each character. And then the timeline, so this is also another thing, like, because you can make a lot of things happen as, no, like, however you want it, right? Like, you can have one character do a mission, have something go wrong, that then affects another character's some other way. But you can also have the order swap, right? If character A goes on mission 1, character B goes on mission 2, the order of these two missions and the outcome of the missions will affect the future development of the story and the character's development. So then it comes down to, once again, how are you going to make the decision as to who has priority, who goes first, and stuff like that. And I think for me, once again, characters are the main source of truth. But I guess if we go one step back, it's because the characters are representing these reasons that they have to be the source of truth. So really the source of truth isn't the character themselves, but rather the experiences that I've had in life. That means that the timeline of when things happen, I don't have to worry about it. I simply think back to my life and see like, oh, this thing happened at this stage in my life before this thing. So now I just decide that, hey, this has to happen first in the story, then that happens. How is that going to affect the story's development? How is that going to affect the character's development? How is that going to affect our world and whatever other elements at large, right? So everything is very structured. And I think everything makes a lot of logical sense. So currently we are, again, I sort this out, sort this out, sort this out, get some skills here as I work on these guys in parallel. Then as these guys come along here, again, we'll sort this out, and then the timeline comes together. The interactions start to happen between all these different characters. The world is going to begin to build itself. And then at some point we get comfortable enough with everything. I'll bring Ria back in. And then we're going to do some really advanced and more crazy illustrations where it's like 3D design, many different materials, many different composition and ideas and lighting and stuff like that. And then at some point we will have enough of material here to sort of start building, to actually start writing a story, right? From the point of view of the MC. That's kind of how it will go. So I don't know how long this is gonna take, but I intend to do this until I get it done anyway. So I guess I have the rest of my entire life to figure this out. Yeah, anyways, that's the information dump for you guys and for myself, because I've never been as clear as I am right now in this instance of how all the pieces fit together. This is why I think streaming is very interesting, because I get a chance to talk it out and then try to reflect on what I'm talking, and then it helps me learn a lot more about myself in the process and all the interesting stuff. But yeah, anyways, if you guys continue with me on this journey, you guys would get to see this thing get fleshed out. You know, I would like to share as much as I can, but the streams being public and all, I don't know if that's such a good idea, right? Because then information is out there already, and then the impact of the story when it's released would be that much lower. So maybe some of the details would be left out, right? Like, for example, why she has all these trauma and why is she dealing with all these issues. Those things would probably be left out. The specific times of when things happen, or like what affects what, maybe that would be left out, you know? But in terms of the progress of the development, I think this is a good way of tracking it. Actually, that reminds me. If that's the case, let me make a quick note here. And then details. Yeah, I mean, like, kind of like going back and stuff like that. Yes. It's a bit of a loop here. So yeah, that'll be the development process, right? Life experience into character, flesh out some of the details based on the life experiences, explore the art, document, and then come out with new ideas and lore and stuff like that. Repeat this process until we're satisfied. Repeat it for all the characters that we have until we're satisfied. And then with the skills here, at some point we'll be comfortable enough to actually bring Ria back in. And then we develop Ria Future, Ria Past, Ria Future plus world building, I guess. And then we're ready, right? By the end of this entire cycle here, we should have enough content. Then we can to actually start creation here. Oh man. Nowadays I really feel like I'm doing more writing and typing and text than actually drawing. But yeah, anyway, so I guess it is what it is. I think that's probably it for me for today. What did I even do today? I spent like an hour and a half talking again. And then I cleaned some stuff up. I finished off the lines on the Ellen one. Ready to go. Alright, here. Sorry, there's some base colors. It looks kind of like shit. Doesn't look very interesting. Talked about the design process, development process, and made that clearer for myself. So that's great. And then going forwards, I guess I'll just slowly work on this on and off. I want to get this sorted out by tomorrow. And I want to give her a simple set of clothing first to tie down the direction of the character design. Then we can see where we go from there, right? I'll probably just do some more light-hearted pieces with that character. And we see where we go. Yeah, we see where we go. I might have streams where we just do some studies or something. But yeah, okay. So that's the new roadmap. Oh, okay, you know what? Since we're doing this nonsense anyway, let me just finish this off with the roadmap adjustment here. So we have adjusted this many times here. How do I even do it? I don't have space, man. This is so stupid. What's my canvas? Give me more space, bro. Yeah, so let me look at this more realistically, right? So currently we have this interesting process going on here, but yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, let me see. So what is very important here? Actually, the dragon line is probably not that important because dynamic stuff like that is probably, you know, like it'd be nice if I can draw impact frames and draw really cool stuff, but if I'm the one who is designing everything, I have to give up on something, right? There's a few things that I must do, and it will be to tie down the story and tie down the art direction. That is what I must do. So fashion design and environment design directly leads into world building together with the lore. So that is something I absolutely must do. So these characters are the most important ones. And then Faye is here to provide relief, comedic relief, or like, I don't know, like some other kind of relief. To make art fun, I suppose. And then we also do need anatomy, I do suppose. Yeah, we do need a lot of anatomy too. Okay. So what am I looking at? Because right now we are having issues with colors and rendering. Right. So that's what Faye is for. Faye is the entry point because currently only, like, basically only skin rendering I think I'm a little bit more comfortable with, because the main problem is not really necessarily the shapes or like the edges, is a bit more of the muscle. But then there's also okay, never mind, forget what I'm saying. But currently we're here. Oh, okay, how should I put this? We're not good at this, I'm not comfortable with this, but it is still the most comfortable thing I can do. So that is what I'm trying to say. So this provides a good comfortable entry point, at least slightly relatively more comfortable entry point as we do more anatomy stuff. And then yeah, while that keeps me going, then I can try to push the limits. So yes, because she's not always going to be naked, right? She's going to be wearing clothes. So that means I get to practice clothing, practice materials, practice hair. Oh my god, hair, very important. She also has a few other elements like feathers. And oh, I guess that this is the same as skin, so there's no difference there. But her colors and her design, I think, yeah, she is basically just an excuse to draw a little bit more relaxed and comfortably. I think that's what she is supposed to be. So we're basically at the very beginning of this process. So in terms of the roadmap here, what am I thinking, right? So all these other things we have kind of already abandoned. We're kind of doing like this new development. What should I call it? It's still style development. It is still style development. Oh man, I also haven't talked about the... Yeah, I actually haven't talked about that. I haven't accounted for... Ooh, yeah, let me think about this. Hang on. Let me see how I can present this, right? Because, again, if you guys remember, I have, so, where should I start? Like, there are people who love a specific style, and they just want to draw in that specific style. But I have never experienced that. I have liked so many styles, so many different things. I have shown this board many times before, but because show you probably haven't seen it, I'll just also show it real quick. There's this gigantic board that I made back in 2022 of all the bookmarks, Twitter bookmarks that I had at that point in time, and I sorted them by style. And these were all the stuff in my bookmarks. Currently, we have about triple the amount of stuff that you see here already in my bookmarks. I just don't want to spend 24 hours. This literally took like 10 hours to do, 12 hours to do, because you have to take every single screenshot by hand and then figure out where to put it. But by virtue of the fact that they're in this board means that I like them. And back then, I think it's a lot harder for me to know why I liked them. Was it because of the colors, the composition, the theme, the rendering, right? There could have been so many things, right? But even until now, I still haven't settled on the specific style. So style is a problem. So then here comes the new problem, right? Like when I draw, what style should I draw with? Because I can draw it any way I want. Once again, just like world building, just like storytelling, you can make it anything you want. So how should you approach this then, like for me? And I still haven't really figured it out. I think the consensus is that you have two questions in art that you have to answer, well, in creative as pursuits, right? Number one is why you're doing it. For me, is to create this world, to immortalize my characters, right? That is question number one answered. So Q1 here. That file, I'm not sure if I released it. Actually, let me get back to you on that. Actually, we had this conversation before, like 2 weeks ago. I kind of forgot if I fixed it or not. If you, by the way, Show, if you check out the Discord, if you go to the Stream Dumps channel, there's a lot of these boards that are already shared. It may not be the one that you've just seen, but it has the, I don't know if you're aware of the other boards that are being shared. For example, this analysis board, which is similar in that there is a lot of stuff collected, but it's a lot more organized because it's organized by the different types of stuff I liked it for. So this one was made way later, and I'm a bit clearer on why I like the thing that I have collected. So this one might be a little bit more useful than the other one. But yeah, anyways, this one is, I know, is available if you want to grab this one. Right, so we have the Q1 answer here. And then I have the Q2, which would be what the art itself is going to be drawn for. So basically, oh man, I need to make space for this. It's so tight here. Why do I even have an arrow on top of this word? I don't need this arrow. So now we talk about stylization, because depending on the answer to Q2, the stylization should be different. It's a good thing I continue to talk about this, because this is also a very important aspect here to account for. So given all of this, this is 0, alignment 0, so align to 0. I don't know if I should use the numbers here, because it's a very new thing, and I don't know if it's stable yet. Cancel, align. Let me see. Number 5, entry point would depend on the method of storytelling. Oh, okay, I see. So if that's the case, this would probably align to manga, I think. Assuming manga is the way that we want to tell the story. So the medium by which we're gonna tell the story, I'm not sure yet. That's way far down the line. Honestly, with everything fleshed out, you know, I can probably try to put together a team somehow to get this going. And then at that point we can decide on what the vector is gonna be here. So it could be manga, it could be visual novel, it could be something else, right? It could be anything else. But yeah, so what's happening here is that depending on... So, just take one step back, right? Each character has an area that I want to explore with them. And because the stuff that I want to explore with them essentially affects what's going to be on the canvas, right? That means that it's a direct answer to the question number 2 that I think is important, which is, why are you drawing a specific piece of art? Why are you drawing this current piece of art? If the objective is to just explore environments, then it should be more painterly because it's just easier to work with. It's a lot looser, it's a lot more flexible and relaxing to do. But if you want to do something like design, then you can align to something that is rougher, right? So this would be 2A actually, and this would be 2B. And this would be 1A. Yeah, that would be 1A indeed. This is target 0B, but 0B doesn't exist. Actually, no, target 0B and -1. You guys have no idea what I'm talking about, I think. Maybe some of you guys remember, but I have a numbering system for the stylization board that I have here. Right, we have the 1A, we have 1B, and it's very arbitrary. It's just a way for me to tie it back to the wall of text here, right? Each different stylization here supposedly is meant to be a have an objective, right? It's meant to be cool, it's meant to be cute, it's meant to be colorful, it's meant to be refined, or it's meant to be rough. Yeah, stuff like that, right? But going across, not just going across the one axis of rough and loose, but also in terms of using colors. What is the mood of the color? What is the mood of the illustration tending to be? Some people have very faded shadow colors, but very vibrant, what's the word? Very vibrant highlight, like main highlight colors, right? That is one specific way of drawing things, right? They're both colored. They may be both painterly and colored, but they're different vectors. They're different paths down this line here. So depending on the way you're going with it, right? Like this is colorful, and this is still colorful, and I guess this is also colorful, but they are colorful in different ways, and that's what the basically separation is meant to be. They're meant to be different alignments, but the problem with this is that it's also very tricky because aligning to something that you are not familiar with is very hard to do, right? You can imagine, right? Once again, it's like trying to run before you can walk kind of situation. You have to be very good with colors and rendering and stuff like that in order to really be comfortable to be switching styles back and forth like this, and to make it look good too and consistent and align it correctly. So that's gonna take some time. Let me see. So yes, going back to this sequence here. So depending on what the goal is for, the alignment would be different. And this doesn't have to be respected very strictly, but it is just here as a very rough guide because I get very lost very easily if I don't have any guides. So this is a little bit more yet more complete somehow. I've worked in this one piece of document. Basically, is the combination of the past 11 months, I think, because I wouldn't be able to get. I mean, okay, if I put it that way, you know, like everything I do now is a combination of everything that I've happened to me or that I've done in my entire past, the rest of my life that I've experienced, right? But art-wise, you know, having done enough this year, practicing, trying, failing enough times, and then doing enough reflections has led us here. A combination of not just different styles, ways to work on different things, and oh my god, like why do I even start? There's so many things that's in here. I dare say that like almost every single thing in the original roadmap we have failed to achieve. But in exchange, I think we got something way more valuable, because the structure that this affords to me, I cannot stress like how important structure is for me. I get so lost because if you have no one to guide you, right, like over a decade, you can imagine you think yourself into a lot of different corners and a lot of different loops, and none of those are very comfortable. And if you want to bring yourself out of it, you need structure. You need to have something to climb on, a ladder for you to climb out of this mess. And that's what this is. So this is very powerful for me because everything is so clear. And this is only half of it, right? This is the meta part of it, the design part of it, the thinking behind it. And then that's the execution of each individual piece. So this is Q1 execution here. Can I just merge? Okay, let me just make this part of the original here. So I don't have like 5 bajillion things here. Anyways, for those of you who don't know, I don't really want to get into this one, but this here is the execution flow for drawing any specific thing that I think is the logical way to go about it. I'm not saying that I do use this, I'm not saying that it's correct either, but I think it's a very structured way of proceeding through the whole process of art, just because there's so many things you have to target and answer and account for. And if you just jump in and paint, or if you just look at someone else doing speed paints, every single artist who is painting and drawing, they have to answer every single question, right? Is there a background? If there is, what's the comp, what's the colors, what's the setup, right? Everything they have to answer. And there's just so many things to go through. So without any structures, it's like, hey, should I answer this question first or should I answer it later, right? Should I get the characters posing first before I think about the environment, or should I do the environment first and then do this other thing? And it's all answered by sorry, this is not Q1, this is Q2 execution. Oh my god. Right, Q2 refers to, again, the question of what are you trying to achieve with this illustration. And then after you answer that, you can execute it according to this flow. So you begin with thumbnailing, right? Why do you do thumbnailing first? Because you get a lot of these more fundamental stuff out of the way. And I don't think I'm presenting anything that's really, by the way, that's groundbreaking here. I think these are the things that would have been taught to you if you had, like, you know, a teacher or a senior or someone who's more experienced guiding you. It's just that because I didn't have it, I just kind of this is the workflow that makes sense to me after failing a bunch of times, I guess, in terms of working. Because sometimes the art may come out fine, but the process, you know for a fact, that's an absolute pile of dog shit, right? It was just so difficult to work with. There were so many times you have to undo and go back and like fix things. Part of it is really just part of the process, not having enough experience to see problems when they arise. I only see it later. You can't really help that. But this here, at least, you know, if you do thumbnailing and then you wait for a bit and then clear this, and then you move on to color rough, the idea is that by the time you get to this color rough stage, assuming you have done this first and you have given it enough time to really settle down and clear out all the issues, so assuming you have already worked through this, you can move on to color rough knowing confidently that you will never have to change certain things like values, like the composition for details. Where is the high detail area? What is the low detail area? Where is the what's the kind of shape language that you're working with? That kind of stuff, right? I think those things would have already been sorted by the time you get to this stage. And then if you repeat the same process of figuring out the different color combinations here, maybe different options, you choose one, and then you come back after some time, you still like the same one, then you can then yet again confidently move forward to rendering, knowing that you'll never have to figure out change colors again. That's what this flow is meant to be. So these two documents, I think, are the main gist, the combinations of what I've learned in the entire year. Is it this thing? Sorry, what is this process document here? I think that might be the older version of it. Let me just double check if I can replace it here. I think if I were to make a video to summarize my entire experience throughout this year, it would be to explain these two documents, I think. Because they encompass everything that I've learned, I think. And then there's probably some other miscellaneous nonsense, but that I can slot in here and there. But the main gist of everything that I've learned, this one and this one. That's an empty chunk. And then yeah, very cool. I do want to maybe quickly just address this real quick. I believe the size was 20 when I drew this. Yeah, looks like it. I want to take out opacity here just so it's darker. So timeline wise, this is now no longer going to be timed. Previously I was being very tight in terms of the time, and I think that was a good thing. I think that's the right choice, because not having the enough experience to really plan things correctly mean that, no, you know what, it was just good because I forced myself to keep going through different topics. I think that was why it was good, because I touched on, even though I didn't make the mark for any single one of this, I forced myself to get through every single section here, and therefore that afforded me enough experience of everything in order for me to craft the nonsense document that you have saw before. So yeah, that was great. Now we just need to figure out how we're gonna move forwards, right? So it will mostly just be color and form / rendering. So with characters, I'm just gonna all OCs here. Let's just group. And then in parallel, it's going to be other stuff, right? So character design, because it's based off of life experience, it's gonna take a while for me to remember some of the things that happened in the past. So this has to go in parallel here. So as we bring new characters online, we get new areas of exploration. And at some point we meet the requirement, hopefully. And then it's just Ria over here. Let me call it exploration because I wouldn't be able to build it really. It's mostly just exploration anyways. And then let me think, right? So our target is to just get better, primarily in colors and render, through the use of these characters to keep me motivated and keep the stuff original. Not necessarily, but we are exploring potentially original ideas. Yes. So anything else? I mean, like at some point we have to touch on like Blender. We have to do some studies here and there, but the studies will be targeted to those things specifically. Yeah, okay, I think this is it. Isn't it kind of ironic? I think it's very ironic that because planning, right? How do I say this? The more you do something, the more aware you are of the intricacies of doing that thing, and therefore you can plan better in a more intricate way, in a more detailed way, because you now kind of know all the details that you previously didn't know, right? Like that's kind of how it should go. I feel like it should get more detailed and more accurate to the time. But then for us, we actually went backwards. We're just like, you know, hey, before we're saying we want to practice hair, face, eyes, blah blah blah, color and form. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say, right? That's all I'm gonna do now. And I wonder why is that? I mean, like, maybe I learned that there's no real point in trying to be that precise, because you're just gonna do what you're gonna need at that point in time anyways. And forcing yourself to learn something is probably a little bit too rigid, I think. We did get burned out pretty quickly in the original planning. So yeah, I guess this makes sense. It affords structure, but it's still very flexible. It doesn't say that I have to do color today for 2 months. So it's pretty good, I suppose. So new roadmap. Oh, I should generate a new roadmap image then, actually. So I haven't updated my default thumbnail image in a really long time. But I will just kind of be hopping off here because we have done a lot of nonsense here. I've talked a lot. Also, it's just getting kind of late, honestly. That's not. I'm not leaving because we talk too much, but I'm leaving because it's late. Let me just get this sorted out. Oh, that is. Did I Did I have one? Oh, that's the old one. Sorry. Let's do revised. Let's just do 2. Cool. So we have that saved. Faye is gonna get reworked a little bit. What other documents do I have here? I have a lot of stuff that I was presenting. Oh, this is my coping mechanism. This one is not very important. This is probably useful for Faye, I think, as a character design thing. Move it over. Freaking empty sheet. What the fuck is this? Why is it backwards? Oh, this was explaining my experience. That's not very important. Oh, layering structure and workflow. Once again, it's the same thing, but this one's a little bit more on the layering. Sorry. About the same thing. Anyways, just ignore all these. I'm just gonna go through these very quickly here. Right, the way to study. This one not very important. I think it's internalized. I just don't really use it still though. And then this is the line exploration. Also not very useful at this stage. Not sure what this is for. Don't care. Oh, this is the mental model for the thing I was talking about, where you evaluate something, you think it looks good, but then you come back tomorrow, it looks bad. It's because this evaluation process has a lot of different things built in. Your own experience, your current mood, things that you've just seen recently. And then you have a decision, and then at some point you come back. Actually, yeah, and then you get feedback, and then there's an error. Yeah, anyways. I create a lot of these mental models. Some of the things I think is interesting to share, but then at the same time, it's like, if I don't remember what I'm talking about before, then it probably isn't that good of a model. And then we just wait for the next iteration to come out. What is the style? So this is style explanation. It's not very important. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I have a very long document in my explaining the thought process for. Actually, how does that fit? That one is the. What is that actually? There's the style. Development process along with alignment sequence. I think that one was. This is one particular approach. This one is not very. Sorry, I think there's still like one more document that I probably need to prepare with respect to style itself. Because this thing bothered me for like a decade, right? And now I'm a little bit clearer as to what's the best way, well, what's a better way to approach it. So I'm guessing I didn't leave anything just yet. Actually, where are the other ones that I put down? I forgot. I think one was called development, dev. Let me just rename this to 0 here, so that they go all the way to the top here. Then the other one was roadmap. No, not roadmap. It was the. God damn it! Where is it? Process, right? The process, and then for us, this one will be 0 style. It'll be style plus studying, and then all the way forwards. 0 dev. Let's do 0 0. Okay, I was worried that I'm not gonna be able to consolidate the stuff that I learned this year and then make a video about it, because it would be, I thought I had to go through all 200, I don't know, 58 streams that I'm about to have in order to really consolidate out all the technical and stuff like that. But I think this right here is already way more than enough content to talk about. So I will just try to consolidate the information out this way. Maybe make a summary video and see, you know, the progress that we've made, the stuff that we've learned. And then we can do that again next year and see what changed, basically. So thumbnail 6, I need to replace the previous one because I... Anyways, that's the end of today. Thank you for listening to me rant again. But it's really cool. I think we're finally seeing some stuff come together like this. Every day I'm here, I find there's like huge leap forward, man. Crazy. Like, oh my god. Like, this looks kind of insane and messy. Just imagine this thing in my head always bothering me, but all in bits and pieces. They're all not connected until today, until that like 15 minutes ago. So it's like your nose finally clearing up after you were sick. Like, yeah, after you recover from being sick. Oh shit. Anyways, thank you guys for coming. I didn't do a lot of drawing again. Hopefully I get to do more sketching. I want to do a bit more sketching. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Yes, have a good night and goodbye.